Hello. How are you doing? Doing some more Digimon World today. I did actually want to do a bit more. Well, not more. I wanted to stream something else over the weekend, but unfortunately I wasn't able to because one, I just got a bit busy, but also because the thing I wanted to stream, I couldn't actually stream with sound because I needed something that I needed like a cable that I had at some point but have lost, so I need to get a new one of them. But when I do, be streaming a couple one-offs on a system I greatly enjoy. But anyway, let's get into Digimon World 3. Right, so where were we last time? It's almost become like a bit of a habit to end Digimon World streams on game overs. So like the last bit of my progress is always slightly undone. Hey Desert, I'm doing well thanks, how are you doing today? So what did we do last stream? We did a lot of stuff around both the north and south, no, it's the east sector. East and south sector. Doing well, it's good to hear. Hey Neko, thank you for the 8-month subscription. I really appreciate it. How are you doing today? Okay, so right. In the city that I just also beat the second like city leader. I'm sure they're called something. It's not gyms, but it's something like that. I can't remember exactly. Doing well, it's good to hear. But yeah, so I beat like the second leader of the world. And I think my kind of main task now is to get into the west sector. Which I need to like call a boat, or like I need to like befriend a Digimon called Submarimon. Something like that. Which actually, I think if I talk to the leader again, she tells me something. Wait, no, this is the inn, not the gym. This is the inn, not the gym. Also managed to get some new Digimon last time. Not using any of them currently. Actually, it might have only been Agumon that I got. I think I had the ability to get a Gilmon, but I couldn't beat the Wargreymon. I think that's its name. I couldn't beat the Digimon that I have to. Oh, okay, okay, she won't tell me what I have to do now, but I'm pretty sure I had to go to the west sector. Pretty sure I've never played or watched it before your streams, but that inn theme still sounds so familiar. Yeah, it's a good theme. The music in this game is really good. I could definitely see like somebody using this in like background music for like a YouTube video or something. So maybe, I don't know. But I'm a big fan overall of like this game's like presentation style. It's done really well. Okay. I was thinking that's like a new place to go, but I think that's where I came from. Okay, I have tech now. I think may not have used it much when I last got Is this Greymon? It's really difficult to remember because it doesn't tell you when, like, it feels like it should change at the top. Yeah, that's Greymon. But it doesn't, it just keeps it as like the base one, as Kotemon. So whenever I get like a new Digivolution, I'm like, oh, what's this one called again? That's right, we were exploring quite a bit of the Ether Jungle last time, and I kept dying. I kept dying because, well, I tried to go up against, I think it's War Greymon. It's something similar to that. Also, that's a different looking Woodmon. Woodmons are usually brown. Whoa. Blocked. It might be a shiny. I didn't even know Digimon did shinies. Okay, let's just try to do a regular attack, because I'm sure, maybe it was just when, like, Kotemon's in base form, or maybe it was a different Digimon, but I'm sure I got, like, a thing that allowed me to, like, heal when I did an attack. Okay. Ooh. Thought I was gonna get another attack in there, but unfortunately not. Come on, don't block this. Yes, there we go. Good to see Greymon's leveling up a bit quicker. I don't remember it leveling up that quick when I first got it. Actually, I'm pretty sure Kotemon actually has a heal, so I might do that instead of, yeah. Because that's actually, like, slightly better than using, like, the item, because the item just doesn't do as much. And it's like, sure, you use a bit of MP, but, like, they give your Digimon loads of MP. And the attacks don't even, like, cost that much for them, so it's very nice. So I don't think I explored all of Ether Jungle last time. I kind of found, like, one area, which I don't think will show up on my map because I game overed. But there was, like, a ruins type area. I think I also found a gym. So this is... yeah, that's, like, Metal Greymon, War Greymon, whatever his name is. Which, don't want to fight him because I'm not that strong yet. Hey, Coppel, how are you doing today? But yeah, so I found a ruins last stream, which I couldn't say promptly died in, but it took me a little while to die in. So I might explore a little bit more of the jungle, and then if there's not much else here, try and go back to that ruins. Oh, I think this is the gym area. I wanted to talk to Lisa, but there's the Digimon standing right next to her. Something tells me that Shelmon might kick my ass a little bit if they use a move. Ooh, not if I block though. Very nice. I think I might actually use tactics for this battle instead of just kind of brute forcing it like I do every battle. Whoa, okay. Or, you know, Renamon could just get absolutely decked on with the no defense that they have. It's entirely my fault. Like it tells you right at the beginning of the game. Oh yeah, train Renamon's defense, and I just kind of forgot that. Oh, I should have done way more. Come on, block. No. Rip. Oh, I'll send out Patamon. Oh wow, that did nothing. There you go, that did a bit more. Yeah. I mean, Digimon reminds a lot of people of Pokemon, and it's not hard to tell why, but I think... No, I think it's one of those things where if you were into Digimon, you definitely, like, knew there was more to it, which I'm not claiming to be one of those people. Like, I was much more a Pokemon kid than a Digimon kid, but... I think it's one of those things, if you were to look into it, you'd find like differences between the series, you know, between the franchises. There we go. Oh, I have crazy levels for Kotemon. I'm pretty sure I can't. Nope. Still can't train against Machine, which is what I want to. I do love how really useful the small heal technique is outside battling. Because it says small heal, but it really isn't. Especially considering like how early on you can get it, like it can pretty much heal like your entire health. Right, so explored that way, which means yeah, potentially the only other place to go is this like ruins area. Oh yeah, they run away anyway. They just kind of like attack and then immediately run, which I'm okay with them running. Especially if they can do like that much damage. Oh, cool. This will send in. Wait, does. Oh no, okay. Angemon has. I literally just did a battle with Angemon. How did I forget that Angemon has attacks? We'll send out Angemon because. I suppose XP. I don't know. Well, higher stats, but I'm just hoping to. Oh my gosh! Stop wrecking my shit, Numamon. Right, okay. Renamon, I'm calling it now. Renamon is going to die in one attack. $30 damage, Jesus. Surprisingly not dead. Can I run now? Yeah, and then you like hit it once and then Numamon tries to run as well. Oh, please go away, Numamon. Just please stop running. Thank you. Okay. Let's run back to somewhere slightly more sensible then. As in, not here. I think that's the game's way of telling me, maybe don't try and enter this section just yet, come back a little bit stronger. This game is like really not subtle at doing it all. Like, it's really easy to be in like one area of this game and be like kind of fine. Like, you know, there'll be like in this area there'll be like a decent fight depending on like what I'm fighting and who I'm fighting as, sort of thing. But then you got like one screen over and it's just like, alright, it's ass kicking time, and it's like, oh no. No, please no. That's the funny thing, the only other time, like, throughout the playthrough so far, I'm almost probably wrong on this, but, like, the only other time I could really remember it doing something like that, where it's like, where the game kind of goes, okay, right, grind for a bit now. It's, like, strange enough right at the beginning. Like, if you try and leave the Central Park area, like without leveling up a bit first, like you just get your ass handed to you. Oh cool, ex-Vmon. The Digimon formerly known as Vmon. Suppose we'll play as them for a bit then. Okay, Dino-Humon actually has the highest attack out of all of these. That's interesting because I think from what I've seen from like the other ones, it's very much everyone just kind of has like it's just kind of a regular upgrade. Like there's Patamon, and then Angemon's stats are higher, like pretty much all over the board, and then Angewoman's stats are higher than Angemon's, and it's kind of the same for Renamon. But that's actually interesting how with Kotemon they're actually like a little bit different. Wait, I just... Actually, I should go to a shop. Because I like, I was like heading back to town to go to an inn, and then I just healed up anyway. So, I was like, why am I heading back to town if I've just healed up? I can do some shopping here. So I'm pretty sure I've got all of them wearing tin helmets, but the baseball cap is higher defense. I think I've already got a Crimson Blade on Kotemon, which is fine because I'm pretty sure I'm dual wielding with Kotemon at the moment anyway. Status, that's it. Yeah, Crimson Blade and Xanden's sword. So yeah, I'll just put another Crimson Blade on Kotemon because just always got to be dual wielding the best swords that you can get. Wonderful. I'm not sure how much I need to worry about style at the moment because that seems like, so that's like that bottom stat with the sparkles there, but that seems to kind of not be important after like the very beginning, when people just won't battle you if you don't have high enough style. I suppose I should buy the pre-strobe for Renamon. So I kind of want to keep some of my items now instead of selling because I do have like a few other Digimon in like in the not computer, because technically in this game everything's in the computer, but you know, in the box. Oh, this place sells like rings. That are way too expensive. Well, they're not too expensive, but I don't really think I need them. I don't think I have any cards to open though. Oh no, I do, okay. Ooh, that's a pretty good one. Well, that's also a pretty good one. That's a good booster pack. I really haven't done any of the card games since like that first stream where people only wanted to card battle me. So I'm gonna go save before I venture back out into the world. And now that I've bought stuff, don't want to lose that, you know. Alright, so I think, kind of, unfortunately for the pace of it all, I've got to do a tiny bit of grinding in the Ether Forest. So that I can go into the next area without getting my butt kicked too badly. Yeah, it certainly does look like XVmon. I should probably actually level other people up. I've only just kind of realised, actually, the Kotemon's a bit higher level than all my other team. I'll Renamon for a bit. So when I level Renamon up, then I can train their defense, which is very badly needed. Yeah, still seemingly only there's like 2 places to go. Either the shrines or the coast. Let's do this. Just to kind of get Renamon out there, like out of the way. Oh wow. Okay. I wonder if Kotemon will still get experience for that. Possibly not, but... Oh no, he did. Cool. I'll take it. Because what usually happens after that attack is then the Digimon that you like fused with gets sent out. So after that, if it survived that attack, Kotemon would have gone out in their Dino Human Digivolve form. I mean, let's just do that again. that was. I wonder if I have any other ones that I can do it with. Dead. Complete overkill. But it gets XP for 2 of my Digimon, so I'll take it. And now the Renemon's leveled up, I can actually train them in defense for a little bit. You know what, I don't think I've battled that guy yet. I'll do that in a sec. Ooh, close. Still pretty good. Still don't know exactly what I should be doing for Kotemon. I suppose I can do like 1 defense just anyway, just because you could probably use the defense. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Oh, that was sad. He just wants to forget about the bad things by digibattling. Me too, mate. Okay. No. I wanted to attack first. That's butts. Okay, I'm really hoping Angel Woman's gonna be like a lot more useful when she gets techniques, because at the moment she does nothing when with just regular attacks. Yeah, we'll just send in... actually, no, I'll send in XVmon so they can get a bit of XP. Still don't actually know if that's how it works. Like, if you get more XP on, like, a certain form. Because from what it looks like it just gives the XP to, like, all the different forms. But... oh, I'm not confused. I mean, getting confused isn't as bad with XVmon because they can only attack anyway at the moment. Okay, and he's swapping out for some reason. Okay. Send out Angemon. Heal. Yeah, definitely heal. And then he'll just swap out again. Ooh, very close. Please don't confuse me. Good, okay. Right, this should be Gekomon out though. As I said, it's a good thing the small heal really isn't that small. Like, it's basically an entire heal for Patamon. Alright, as long as he doesn't evade. Good. It was a bit tougher than I was expecting. It was a shame that only Patamon gets XP from that. Good XP though. We'll do some training with Patamon now. Oh, I can never remember what they said to, like, right at the beginning to train Patamon. I want to say it's Spirit. It's either Spirit or Wisdom. I can't remember, so I'll just do Speed anyway. Yeah, that's a lot of speed. Now we're going fast. This is just going to be my go-to technique now for taking care of Woodmon in this area. Just do this elaborate, over-complicated, unnecessary attack. But I mean, it works. It's like, you know, one-shots them, and it gets both Renamon and Kotemon XP, so... Oh. Or you could just block it. Wow, this one thinks he's slick, dodging everything. Oh, no, didn't want to do that. And then I did it again. Ooh, very good. Okay, this should do it, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Thunder Gemini. See, that's the thing. See, that's what I mean, though. Like, it looks like it's level. It's like giving the XP to all of them, but it feels like it only levels up the ones that you actually use. Okay, creates 2 Thunderballs on fire. Yeah, by the looks of it, we only needed 1. So let me swap out to Stingmon. This actually makes a difference to leveling up. Wow, that really didn't do much. Ooh, come on. So just War Greymon just chilling over here. Pretty sure it's War. I will say that like until I fight him again and find out whether it's actually War Greymon. I'm just really not 100% sure. Why has this guy got such a beefy... Oh, I got another one. With XVmon. Cool. I haven't seen this one. So I'm really hoping it's not just like the same form as Cubimon and Dinohumon. I don't think it would be. Well, okay then. Nah, didn't even kill it apparently. Oh wow, Kotemon does not have much health. Should have paid closer attention to that. And like immediately tag back in. No, I can't because Stingmon does not have enough MP for that. We'll tag Patamon in. I don't know what it is, but this is this Woodmon. It's very strong. Like there's pretty much nothing Patamon can do that is strong against it. It's quite frustrating. Oh, come on. Right. We'll heal you. And then I will actually... Oh no! I forgot that just uses it on the Digimon that's out. It doesn't... You can't select a Digimon to use it on. Right, please don't immediately die when you get sent out. Oh, good. No, Oh, it's 80. I thought it was 50. Okay, we'll just heat cutter then. Bloody everyone's getting XP in this battle. That was unnecessarily difficult. Right, well, let's go back and heal up, because everyone's actually like out of MP now. Not yet, I don't. I'll fight with you in a little bit. I want to heal first. And we'll save again. Just because that last fight did cut it really close sometimes. Right, I guess we'll go fight that girl now. Should maybe see if there's anyone else around the city that wants to fight as well. Because Digimon battles, assuming you don't... Well, assuming everyone doesn't die to them, is pretty good XP. I'm going to go for this again just because leveling up Stingmon and XVmon would be pretty good. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. It's just like, oh, you want a Digimon battle? Yeah, okay. Go, tiny little, small baby worm Digimon. Okay. Go, Digivolve DNA and blast it to pieces with your bloody machine gun arms. See, now this is a bit more of a balanced fight. Seemingly. Okay, sure. Oh wow. Their poison actually did way more damage than they did. Okay, I'm not sure there'll be anyone else to fight, because this whole like section is just inns. Well, not inns, shops. See if there's anyone else in the gym that fancies a battle. Oh, nothing back there. I know I've been down here before, but I don't actually remember what was down here. Oh, nothing. Well. I'm assuming maybe that's where you have to call Submarimon when you want to like go to the next sector, but can't quite do that. From what I remember, that somebody said I needed to get like the Egg of Sincerity or something like that. And there was like another very similar sounding item that somebody mentioned. But I think kind of task for the moment is level up enough so I can explore the shrine without immediately dying. I think, you know, and then just see kind of what else happens in the shrine, I suppose. I haven't explored all of it, so I'm sure more things will pop up there. Ooh, this is a good cardamon. So they're probably going to run away. Or we're just going to do nothing to each other. That's always an option. I'm a fan of that. Trying to flee? I think not. Time to just gun them down. Ooh, come on. No! Ah, that sucks. They must have been on like so low HP. Just having a look at all their different stats. Mostly like their main stats, not necessarily their tolerances. Which I'm still not sure if that's supposed to be like a thing of like it might be both, but it's like I don't know whether it's supposed to be like they're strong with this, so like if they do this type of attack, it's stronger, or it's supposed to be like their tolerance to it, so it's like defense to it. Because the way it kind of looks, is it like makes sense for it to be a kind of like attack stat. So like Greymon has a fireball attack, so he has like higher fire stat. But then when you go to the gym, it's like called like tolerance, which makes you think, oh, that's like their defense to that. That means like if you hit them with like that sort of attack, you know, how much defense they'll have against it. And as I said, I think it might just be both, but I don't know. A lot of the intricacies on this game are lost to me. It's also always fun trying to figure out things like that, where it's like, oh, do I not get it because it's like a this game thing, or do I not get it because it's like a Digimon thing? And if I was like more familiar with the series, I'd get it, or is it just like a no, it's just this game is old. Don't know if I'm quite strong enough to really be checking out the shrine yet, but we'll see, you know. The problem is these guys just really have some wacky defense stats. So I probably should have healed then instead. Please let me go again. Nope. Please defend. Nope. Yep. Saw that coming. Not Patamon. Patamon sucks at this type of thing. Would on Human because Just seeming like regular attacks against these guys really doesn't seem to be effective. Oh, stop defending, you plebish creature. Good, right. Immediately heal Renamon. And one more. What important item did I got? I mean, some of these I definitely could have got rid of. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Sepic Mask I did hand over to Sepicmon. And you think I would have thrown the 8 Lu card away. I wonder if you actually check the item before you, before your character actually discovers it's not the blue card, if it will, like, show up like that, or if it will show up as the blue card until you find out. I just want to immediately run from these guys. I hate them. Oh, item. Power charge, that's helpful. Oh, come on. No, why did you get to go again? Well, rip Renamon again. Now, who has the better speed out of all of these? XVmon, okay, sure. He's just bizarre. I'll send an XVmon just so I can run away very quickly. Bye bye. And immediately re-heal Renamon. I think I got a few of them. Quickly going, because I'm at the point now where I can't just use one to heal them fully. Oh, that was Zambamon. I definitely don't want to fight them. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is who, like, got me a game over last time. So let's just try and gun him down now. That's how I'd rate that damage. It's just nah. Hey Kitsurito, how are you doing today? Oh, because the digital adventure, we're doing pretty well. Mostly just done like grinding against random fights so far. I'm trying to explore the jungle shrine and catacombs again. Still feeling, I think, a little bit underleveled for it all. This is like not at all a strategy. Just keep on digivolving between. Ooh, that did much better though. Still no tech. But I could. Oh, this is like this isn't playing it safe. Yeah, playing it safe. We've just been doing another DNA Digivolution switch. Because now Renamon's just gonna die immediately. Oh no, okay. Surprising. Oh, Renamon blasted! Yes, this is good. Pretty much a waste, but it's good. Huge damage to ghouls. I have no idea if I'm against a ghoul, so I hope it works regardless. Nope. Well, I'll just whack him with a stick again now. No, stop dodging, you asshole. Oh, at least I got a full heal from that. That was good. Right, try that again, Renamon, but don't. Oh, well, you didn't actually do that badly with this move last time. You just didn't kill them. Right, that should give me loads of XP because they are 93. Okay, not exactly what I was expecting, but. Right. Whilst I'm in between battles, I need to swap out quite a few Digimon because I think kind of my current problem and why some of these fights are a bit difficult is because I'm currently using a lot of Digimon that don't have any techniques. No, I don't want to swap, I wanted to. And that's kind of like almost especially a problem for what are they called? For like Renamon, whose main thing is using techniques. I'm also not sure if this part leads anywhere, so I think maybe the only thing... Yeah. It looks like the only thing you can really do in the catacombs is go up against Zambamon again. Which... That guy's definitely gonna game me over. Oh, this guy has so much blocking. Right, let me actually hit this time. Alright. Of course I'm going to do the classic tag in someone else. Not great damage, but it got Renamon out of there, which is okay. Oh, now Kotemon blasted. Okay, well, that's interesting that you can block a few of them, and also that he's now on like barely any health. Can load tech frost cutter. What does that mean? Because I don't think that's quite the same as learnt tech, but maybe it is. Wait, it already had Frost Cutter. What? No, it's not a technique I can use in the world now. Maybe this is something I have to do, like, somewhere else, maybe, I don't know. This is interesting now, because I feel like I've explored where I wanted to go. Because the Jungle Shrine just leads to the Catacombs. The Catacombs is a dead end. Like, the only real thing there is to do at the Catacombs is fight Zanbamon, which I really don't want to do at this point, because I know I won't win. So I might have to go back on myself a bit, explore some of the earlier parts of the south sector. Oh no. Thank you. Right. Switch out to Vmon because they have, like, I'm pretty sure the fastest speed in my whole team. When I encounter any of these buggers, I could just run away immediately. Really, I'm just going back and forth at this point. No, stop healing, you ass. No, stop blocking as well. Right, I just want to get back to the town, heal, and then explore in the complete opposite direction. Right, so what is there to explore in the south sector? I feel like I've seen everything in these areas. There might be like another area there that I haven't seen. Possibly not. I definitely feel like there's still like a big area here that I haven't like somehow gotten to. Because that just seems like a bizarrely like large part of the map to just kind of not have an area. But that's the thing, if that's supposed to represent like all of the jungle graveyard, you'd feel like they put it like more in the middle. Or they'd have like it would actually be bigger in the game. Right, can't remember the name, but the little Digimon that holds your other Digimon, I kind of want to check in on, because I feel like they might have something about like those loading techniques. Is it just Agumon I have? Yeah. There's Agumon at the moment, which don't get me wrong, I do like Agumon, but... Haha, load technique, there we go. I don't know what this does. Quickly, I'm going to see if the instruction manual has anything on this. It probably doesn't, but we'll see anyway. Okay, we'll assume it's in Digivolution. I'm pretty sure that's where it actually is in the menu. Yeah. There is nothing in the instruction booklet in it about it, as I guessed. It's cool that I've started off like a couple of different trees for Kotemon though. So I've got this one tree that is Dino Humon and Greymon. And I've also started off this other tree that's XVmon. Change Digivolve type. Don't know what it means by that. I don't know if this is supposed to be like a swap out technique thing or if I like go to them now they can't use the techniques that I've loaded or what, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea what that does, so this can either be a very good thing or a very bad thing. Well, I say a very good thing or a bad thing. Here are basically what I expected. Like, my two possible outcomes. It'll either do nothing that I can notice, or it will, for some reason, like, take the ability to do the move away. So I'll just have to then, like, go immediately back and undo it. Oh, shit, no. Okay, that's... Or, the possible third outcome, it does something very useful. I wish I knew about that a lot sooner. That would really help me leveling up these, like, newer forms. Behind the shrine, I saw the crest of reliability. Are we in Bios Swamp currently? No, we're in Phoenix Bay. I haven't been to Bios Swamp. I don't know where that is. Is it this area? I've been to Tranquil Swamp. Yeah, I suppose we explore the jungle grove a bit more then. See if there's anything interesting in here that I haven't already seen. Hey Hydraulics, how are you doing today? Ooh, there's Cardmon nearby. Doing fine, that's good to hear. I'm doing well, thanks. This technique loading has like really opened things up now. Like it's gonna make leveling up new Digivolutions a lot less painful, which is really good. Ooh, time for a rare pack. $4B, nice. Problem is I can't find anyone to do the card battles with anymore. Everyone's lost interest now that I'm cool. Digimon also a game before the anime. Honestly, I don't actually know what Digimon started as. My best bet would be to say it started as a manga, but that's me talking completely out of my ass. I have no idea. There's definitely something there. I'm right though. Oh. That's good, I suppose. So there's a one shot or something like that. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling it had more similar like beginnings to something like Yu-Gi-Oh, which started as a manga, then became an anime, as opposed to Pokemon, which started as the game and then got everything else. But there's definitely something here. You can't just tell me this is like not a thing. But evidently it is. That's just like the way back. Nothing over there. Okay. Front page of Google said one shot. Don't worry if you get information wrong, you know. It's fine, honestly. It's definitely nothing to worry about, you know. This big open area with nothing. That an adversary of Tamagotchi? That I didn't know. That's quite interesting. I can kind of see the connection. Like, I'm pretty sure, and even in like early Digimon stuff, they had like a whole thing. They had like a device that was very similar to like the little Tamagotchi devices, and that's how they summoned the Digimon. Okay. Just seeing if he's got any like words of wisdom for me as to where to go next. You got anything to say, old person? Nope. You've asked, but I don't know where the Digi-Egg is. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Well, that's not helpful. How many tamers are there? I have no idea. Because tamers are just like, essentially the trainers. I think theoretically every person in this game, like, every like person that isn't like a member of staff in Digimon Online would be a tamer. Even like but like people, some people just have like titles that they go by. Gadamon is cute. I like their design. Right, now that I've learned technique loading, why am I still using Kotemon? Why am I not using someone else now? I'm not sure I loaded any techniques for Renamon though. Yeah, no. Are there Digi centers and stuff like that? Kind of. So you just like rest up at inns, and that's also where you can save. Because this doesn't have the ability to like save anywhere. You have to save at Guardromon's, which is a bit sucky because it's also a game where gaming over like sends you back to your last save instead of just like sending you back to like the nearest inn or whatever. But it's also kind of like there isn't just like an inn in every, well, there is an inn in every town, but there are also like ones like in between each town as well. So the one I was just at was the Swamp Inn, which is like halfway between the station and Sazuku, whatever the city that I just left was called. I don't fully remember. How do you capture Digimon? So that's actually kind of an interesting thing. Around the world, there are like a few researchers. There are like different researchers, and they'll ask you to get like ddNA of certain Digimon, and if you do, they'll give you usually like the Rocky form of that Digimon. So the only one I've actually done so far is I got the ddNA of an Agumon, gave it to the researcher, and then he gave me an Agumon that I can swap out whenever I want. And usually in order to get the ddNA you have to fight like, I always forget, but it's either like their ultimate or champion form or something. So to get like the Agumon ddNA I had to fight, I don't remember which one it was called, but there's one that I can get for Guilmon where I have to fight, I think it's War Greymon. Well, that was the one I fought for Agumon. Oh, I'm so bad with their names. But yeah, basically there are like certain Digimon in the overworld that you have to like fight for their you have to beat them in order to get their like their ddNA, and then when you do, you can give it to these researchers and they'll give you like the partner of the rookie. Yeah, so digivolving is like only temporary. So there's a kind of cool thing where you can start the battles with them already digivolved, but then when they follow you around in the overworld, they're still their rookie form. I'll be honest, I don't actually know if there are any types like in Pokemon. Like, so there are like kind of, I suppose, stat types. So each Digimon has like, hang on. This might just be easier to show. So if I like show the stats, of a Digimon. So on the left you've got just kind of like their regular stats, so strength, defense, spirit, wisdom, speed, charisma. And then all the ones to the right are like a bunch of different, are essentially like types, but I'm not sure whether they're strength or defense in those types. They might be both. Yeah, so I think like there's definitely like a whole thing of different Digivolutions will have like different strengths and weaknesses and like slightly different stats. And it's just kind of a matter of like kind of knowing what you're going up against. Then down there. And yeah, and one of the things that kind of comes up before I learnt technique loading is the whole kind of thing of when you get like a new Digivolution, it's like, oh, sometimes their stats are like better than the old one that you had, or like the previous Digivolution, but they don't have any techniques to start off with, so maybe you can only do like a basic attack or whatever. But then technique loading kind of bypasses that, if only slightly. Yeah, the lobby music is chill. As I said earlier, I really like the music in this game. It's really good. Right, so my kind of plan at the moment is just to I don't know. Just talk to various people, see if they know anything about Digi-Eggs. I talk a Rurumon is like... Okay, well that's the first time she's talked about anything that wasn't the leader, so that's interesting. War Growlmon, okay. So War Growlmon, there's a War Growlmon in the Ether Jungle that I can fight, but I've lost to a few times. But if I beat him, I can get Guilmon DNA. Also, there's a fella here. Finally, something is happening with this Airdramon. What's up, fella? Okay, apparently nothing is happening with Airdramon. Ooh, let's open the new card pack. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. A good pack. Right, let's load some more techniques for my other Digi-fellas. Still don't know what change Digivolve type is. Like, the most I can think it would be is when you have like more than 3 Digivolutions. Because there's like a lot. Can I do any for Renamon? Well, that sucks. Renamon was the one that I kind of wanted to do that with. To go to the west sector, you have to cross the ocean. I don't know how you can do that. Well, I kind of know how to do that. I need to get a Digimon called Submarimon. But I need, like, something to get that. Maybe I do have to do something in the shrine. Let me try something. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to try it again later and assume that it's like really context dependent. Okay, you can't just use like the key items at will. So my idea was, there's that girl in like I can't remember exactly which area it is, but like near the South Sector city, that mentions like she was looking for a cat in the Bios Swamp. And then there's the Gatomon in the Swamp Inn that mentions they don't know anything about a Digi-Egg. I was like, oh, maybe I could use my Agumon costume to like pretend to be a Digimon and, you know, talk to the Gatomon. I don't think that's the solution. Why do I still have bloody Kotemon in front? I need to level someone else up. I need to level Patamon up, actually. I mean, I need to level both Patamon and Renamon up, but... I don't know, Stingmon is, like, not completely useless because they can, DNA Digivolve with, XVmon. And now that XVmon has, like, loaded techniques, XVmon isn't completely useless. But... actually, I don't know how... because I don't know how currently useless Angelwomon would be, because she's got, the, like, Air Blast that Angemon has loaded. But she still needs to learn some, like, techniques of her own, so I really need to level her up. You know, it's just gonna... it's just gonna cost me a turn if I Digivolve. Alright, one more should do it. Wait, no, this isn't the right way. Oh, every time, that tree. Always getting stuck on that tree. No, wait, where am I, Angemon? So the other thing I can really think of to do is that, is that girl who mentioned the cat also mentioned the shrine, and the only shrine that I know, even though she mentioned it in the swamp, the only shrine I can think of is the one in the jungle. So I feel like I might actually have to try and fight Zambamon. Wait, can I load this? Wait, no, I'm not even in the place where I can load. I don't know, I'll see if anyone else has got like anything new to say in the south sector, but funny enough now most of them are actually just talking about lucky mouse isn't really helpful. There we go. Angelwoman finally isn't completely useless. That's nice. Right, well, we'll go back to the inn to heal up. Nope, still no information on the Digi-Egg. They know about the Digi-Egg, but they don't know where it is. No, I'm not currently using Agumon. So my current team consists of Patamon, Kotemon, and Renomon. Oh wait, no, that... Sorry, I think that was meant to be Angemon, but I confused the typo for a different thing. So at some point I changed the like Digi-Evolution like form from Angemon to Angelwoman, which I'm currently fighting as. Just because Angelwoman's like a slightly lower level, so I want to level her up a bit. So like the rookie form is Patamon, and then it's either Ultimate or Champion, but I have no idea which. But basically the next form after that, the Digimon have like quite a lot of different forms, and you can just kind of switch between them. Isn't Angelwoman the evolution of Gatomon? Quite possibly, but I think pretty much like in this game at least, any Digimon can digivolve into pretty much any Digimon. So for example, Kotemon is able to digivolve into Greymon, which is Agumon's like regular Digivolution. So I think everyone kind of has like a main line, or like a regular like Digivolution line, but if you like level them up in certain things, sometimes they can unlock like other ones. I'll be honest, I don't quite fully understand it because it is a little bit complex. Well, not like, I don't know about complex, but there's a lot of things going on really. Like there's like a whole Digivolution like chart thing you can look at, which is like each like just regular Digimon has like 3 like Digivolution like lines per page, and they have like 4 pages. I'm pretty sure it's like a kind of thing of like, oh yeah, they could just evolve into like everything sort of thing. You're reading the wiki and even more confused. That doesn't surprise me, strangely enough. This game has like... It's one of these interesting things actually, like, so comparing it to Pokemon. Like, Pokemon has these like, what's it called? Like, it has like these really like complex mechanics and stuff like IVs and EVs, but they're like really hidden. They're like really under the surface. But then this game just has like, you know, all these different Digivolution things, and they're very much like, oh yeah, you can do this, but are still like just as complex. It says that Gatomon can evolve into Angelwoman, but only with Aquilamon. Do they fuse something? Fusing is a thing in this game, but I don't know if that's exactly like... Actually, maybe they mean a shrine in the swamp? Is there like a shrine in the inn area? Yeah, they might fuse because there is like a thing where you can fuse the Digimon as part of like swapping them out. But it also might just be like if you have both Digivolution forms. As I said, I don't fully know. So any like die-hard Digimon fans watching, prepare to be disappointed, but you know, I'm not gonna 100% get every single Digivolution form or whatever, but I'm sure they watched like 5 seconds of my gameplay and went, yeah, he's not gonna do that. Oh, really? An ambush? Got any moves? No, you don't. You remember watching a lot of Digimon, but you have no idea what's going on. So, okay. So just as kind of a general thing, I think this game is generally like completely unrelated to the series and the show and stuff. Or it's like its own like separate thing. So let me try and recap the story so far. This is Digimon Online, like a kind of virtual like MMO game that I'm currently playing with my friends. Not me as in me personally, but me as in my character in the game. They definitely could do something like this. They probably already have, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, so my character, Junior, is playing as his online version, Uber, with his friends Teddy and Ivy, or Ivy's now known as Kale in the Digimon World Online world. And yeah, so, you know, we just hopped online for some fun Digimon action, and they kind of like a main kind of like very Pokemon-esque mission of like, I want to be the best in the server sort of thing. So to do that, I got to go around and defeat all the server leaders in order to take part in like a tournament, more akin to like anime Pokemon, where, you know, you beat the gym leaders and then you take part in the I've been a bit stupid. There's definitely like a name for it, but the tournament that happens at the end of the Pokemon League, that's it. There you go. My brain felt like working for just a split second. So yeah, it's kind of like that. You go around, defeat the different server leaders, and then you can go take part in the Digimon League. But whilst we were all having some fun, a hacker hacked into the game and caused some shenanigans, being like an earthquake at one point. So they've had to like temporarily make it so that people can't go off the game back into the real world. So this isn't just like, oh, people are like playing it on their computer or whatever. You have to like go to like a little like a place, and you have to get in this pod, and, you know, virtual reality, like very, 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 very virtual reality. So yeah, so they've had to kind of like, whilst they're working on maintenance, make it so people can't leave the digital world, and they've kind of thought, oh, this hacker is the known hacker called Lucky Mouse, we think. And there's kind of one of my friends, Teddy, is like off looking for him because he's like a big fan. My other friend Ivy is being very shady and suspicious about everything. And yeah, currently I'm just kind of plebbing around the map trying to figure out how to get to the west sector. And that's the story so far, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've missed anything major. Or like anything at all, really. I think I summed that up pretty neatly as to what's gone on so far. So yeah, so as I said, it's kind of like very much separate to the anime. From what I know, like I've never really watched much of the anime outside of the movie, but yeah. Sounds about right. That's good then. These are about like what, 15 hours in, and I only like vaguely know the story. That's the thing, like, I think you can certainly tell, like, some slight amount of Pokemon influence that these games had, because it kind of does that whole, like, dual plotline thing, where it's like, there's kind of, like, the main character's, like, whole, like, thing of, I want to be the best, and then there's the whole, like, oh, stop the evil organization at the same time. So, you know, so it's like how the original Pokemon had, like, oh yeah, you know, you want to be the champion, but you also had to stop Team Rocket. And things like that. Like, I don't know if the other games do a similar sort of thing, but this one is kind of, that's what it's going for. Alright, still don't know anything? Yeah. Right. So, she said something about a shrine. Now, I know there's a shrine in the Ether Jungle. But is there like a shrine here? Maybe not. Maybe just backtracked for nothing. This is where a form of fast travel would really come in handy. That's one thing. I think if you haven't seen much of this game and you think, oh man, this does look pretty interesting, maybe I'd like to play it myself, I will warn you, there's like a fair bit of backtracking every now and then. And some of it's tolerable, some of it's just really dumb. But, you know, if you can kind of live with that. I think I said this last stream, but when the game kind of like lets you just get on with the game, like, it's really fun. When the game just lets you play the game for a bit and it doesn't like... And it doesn't want you to do like really specific things and like constantly have like these really specific interactions. Like, it's a really fun game. But there are just occasional moments when it does want you to do that, and it just kind of slows everything down a bit too much for me. Still feel that like big old haunted house ass looking thing that's in this area definitely looks like it should be something. Maybe it's just something later, I don't know. But it definitely looks like it should be something. I suppose my only real objective then is to see if I can go beat up Sandbermon. Also, I feel like I should switch out Angelomon at the moment, just so like, because they're very close to blasting. And that would be great to use on Zanbomon. Actually, yeah, because I should level up Renamon as well for a little bit. I'm really surprised Stingmon hasn't learned anything yet. But I'm also surprised that Cubimon hasn't learned, like, hasn't been able to load any techniques. Because now that I kind of know how that works, that's actually kind of interesting as well. The fact, like, you don't just learn new techniques for your Digimon, you also kind of learn the ability to give them to other Digimon. It's kind of a cool way of doing it. As I said, like, whilst there are like many similarities you can draw between this and Pokemon, there are also just like so many small differences that really do make it its own like unique experience. Alright, who's... I feel like Patamon's fine, I don't really need to go to the inn again just for that. Right, so let's head back one more time to the jungle and the shrine and the catacombs and everything there. I haven't fought Zanbomon outside of that kind of first encounter you have with them. Still no techniques. So for people who may not have seen the last stream of this, Zanbomon is like one of those big, like, appears on the map Digimon. So, you know, they're like, oh, you're a vaguely important fight. And basically, like, they were blocking the way to the jungle graveyard, like the actual graveyard section of it. And when you, like, fight them the first time, you can do like it'll hit you like maybe once, and then your Digimon will just like automatically flee without you like choosing to. And it's kind of like their way of just doing like a scripted loss without game overing. So then it kind of sends you on like this whole quest to get this herb that like moves Zanbomon out of the way without you fighting them. So yeah, so you end up getting the herb, you move Zanbomon, and I suppose apparently they're just kind of not back because they're just kind of chilling now, and I'm gonna go find them and harass them myself this time instead of them being a nuisance. I keep going down to like assume Stingmon has any good attacks. They don't. They just have attack. But yeah, so the reason why I'm kind of looking for this fight with them is just kind of because that girl mentioned something about the shrine and like the catacombs that they stay in is like right behind the jungle shrine, so it's like, maybe. If not, then, you know, it's either just going to be a swift game over, or like one Digimon that survives will get a lot of XP, you know? Right, as soon as I enter, I'm going to put Vmon in front, or X-Vmon, because X-Vmon has the fastest speed, and there is just no point fighting any of the Numemons because they are all pains in the arses. Yeah. I'll check the others too, but I'm pretty sure X-Vmon is the fastest. Yeah. See, man, like, that's just like the shrine, but there isn't like the closest to like behind a shrine kind of thing is the catacombs, so it's like, sure. Yeah, he just had to get hit once before he could make his mind up about running. I mean, that also looks like a thing, but I don't know. Okay, right, heal up. Right, I don't want to really want to fight any of these guys either, because they pack quite the punch. I'm just gonna put money on running away. There we go, good. That was a good bet. Right, heal again. And just really cross my fingers that I don't get another encounter until Zanbamon. Okay, right. Who do I want going in first? That's a good question. Not a massive fan of the fact that everyone's not quite on full health. Patamon can use some of their small heal. It really is a small heal there, but yeah. I might switch it to Greymon. So Greymon has a really good, like, fire tolerance attack. I don't know. I mean, it also has a pretty good defense as well. Yeah, I will go for that. Just waltzing straight in with a, come on then, let's fight. Let's have it, mate. Not a good start with the block. Let's see how badly this hits. Okay, not a fan of that at all. Anyone can Digivolve tag with? No. Okay. We'll try Heat Cutter again, but not die. No, don't like that one. Okay, kind of worried since he was probably my best shot. Alright. If this works, I'm almost going to be annoyed, but I'm going to try and rely on Patamon blasting. So I'm just going to, like, increase my defense. Just try and not die in one with Patamon. And then just wait until... and just attempt to get a blast. Okay. That didn't take long, that's good. Right, let's hope this is enough, really. Also, I don't remember exactly what it's called, but Patamon has, like, my favourite, like, out of what I've seen so far, blast move name. Because I'm pretty sure it is just, like, it's something called, like, just, like, Banish or something. Oh, Patamon, you fucking suck. That's so dumb. This blast to immediately then get knocked out. That's stupid. Well, this isn't going to do anything. Nope. Okay. Right. I am currently no match for Zanbamon. Take that note. Okay. So that means there's something else I need to do. Because that can't be, like, the next thing. Because that's quite a while away from being, like, accomplishable. Like, I wasn't even able to see how much damage I would have done to them, because they blocked every attack. That's kind of difficult, because that means, like, that means there's something else I have to do, somewhere else I have to go. But I really don't know. Like, knowing how this game is, I feel like it wants me to go back to Asuka. Just because that happens. It feels like it does that so often. Like, every time you do anything major, it's like, alright, now go back to Asuka City. But I'm like, oh, if I do that and it just doesn't actually do anything, that is going to be quite annoying. But I really don't know what else there is to try and do in this area. Like, to advance the plot. I feel like I've tried everywhere in this area and like in this sector. The only thing I can think of is to go back to the east sector and try something there again. As I said, the only thing I can really think of is to go all the way back to Asuka. Well, okay, if I'm gonna go back to Asuka, I'm gonna try that battle with War Growlmon again. So at least if I'm going all the way back to Asuka, I can pick up a Gilmon on the way. Okay, that didn't do a lot. And that killed her. We'll go Greymon, sure. Something tells me I'm not gonna win this. Okay, well he's not killing me straight away, which I suppose is good. But I'm not also like getting anywhere close to killing him, which is also not really good. I suppose I have to send in Cubimon. Okay, so so during this battle, I've looked up what to do, and I'm just going to tell you right now, I would have had to. There is no way I would have figured this out. So I've given it kind of just like a quick glance, but I'll try to like do it mostly from memory. Oh, not the fight with War Growlmon. I think that's still just like I'm slightly too underleveled for that. But more so like how to get to the next section of the game. After kind of knowing though what to do, it'll be kind of interesting to see like how it actually kind of plays out. Because it's one of the things where I kind of could see it going like, oh yeah, I suppose so. But at the same time, meh. I think you'll kind of see what I mean when I get to it, assuming the website I saw wasn't lying to me. I mean, why would anyone do that, you know? Why would you just go on the internet and tell lies? So from what I've seen, it just a kind of quick glance. Thankfully, we don't have to quite backtrack to Asuka City. And I'm very much glad I didn't, because there's stuff that you do need to do in the south sector first. But you do need to do some backtracking. So. As I said, like I do really actually quite like this game, but one of its like really big downsides, which I think if you were to ask anyone about this game, they would like definitely tell you, is there is a lot of backtracking. I think it's one of the interesting things, because I think you could definitely make like adjustments to it so that you could still have the backtracking in the game, but it be less painful or less obnoxious or whatever. But you know, it's just kind of how they did things at the time. Just things, but like that's the thing, like just things like having a quick travel option between the towns or something. Just even something as simple as allowing there to be like having some sort of like repel type item like there is in Pokemon. Because that's one of the things that can make the backtracking feel really unbearable. Is sometimes when you just get through an area with there being like no encounters, it's like, oh, this isn't so bad, you know, the world isn't like absolutely massive. But then you can get like an encounter every few seconds and you're like, oh, this is taking forever. But it's kind of interesting that like this is the third Digimon World on the PlayStation, because I feel like, because looking at them, they all kind of hit like similar sort of like ratings. They're all like, from what I could remember that I saw of them, they're all like pretty much just below like the 50% mark. So they're like not even considered like well-received games, I suppose, in like, at least in retrospective. I think at the time they did get some like... Oh, what? Ah, it's a new area! Ah, this isn't even where I meant to go, but there's a whole new area. Okay, now I have to explore this area to see if like someone will tell me what to do here. And it's just like me being absolutely blind that prevented it. Yeah, I talked about this last stream as well. It's like the whole like kind of Digimon World thing is definitely something they didn't give up on. Like they did a few games on the DS as well, which I think I'd definitely be like tempted to check out in like a much further point in the future, you know, because gotta have like a little bit of a break from Digimon, and then there are also just like a lot of other DS games that I kind of want to check out first. But at the same time, like, there are just like so many DS games that I want to revisit or play for like the first time or look at again or whatever for the stream. But I'm like, oh, but I don't want to do like too much DS. But there's something about the DS that I just really love. What a lot of the games did on that system. Like, I think I said that, like, I talked a bit about this last stream as well, but, like, the DS was, like, the first system, I think, that really kind of felt like it had my lineup of games. Like, I had a Nintendo 64 and a GameCube and, like, stuff like that growing up, but it's, like, those were more, like, my brother's lineup of games. Okay. And like, the Wii, I felt I kind of played too safe when getting games with the Wii. Like, I'd only ever get like first party games, I think, in kind of an attempt to avoid a lot of shovelware and stuff like that. But the DS, I'd just get like, not anything, but there was some good first party stuff and some good third party stuff on the DS. And it can play Game Boy games, or Game Boy Advance games at least, so I can even look at games for that system on it as well. which I do intend to do, but because of how, like, for whatever reason the DS capture is done, I need to get like a cable that I definitely had but have lost in order to get sound on stream. So that's more just specific to like the original DS, like the 3DS is fine. Okay, but so bringing it back to this game, yeah, so I'm a bit kinda to how it actually played out, because it was just that, like, that was like, because I discovered that on my own, you know, finding the actual like BIOS swamp area after too much time of being blind, and finding like the little shack that said something about the Digi Egg of Sincerity. Yeah, that's fine, because what I read online, the way to do it was you had to talk to that Chinese girl in the game, and then like she'd mentioned something about it, or that's what the person who like responded to someone else asking about it said, and then you go talk to Sepikmon. So I don't know if you do actually talk to like the Chinese girl twice that she'll mention it, but yeah. So yeah, so you go to Sepikmon and then he tells you to fuck off all the way back to Baronmon. It's like, okay. I don't really need to use a heal, I can just use a technique heal for this. But okay, so that part I'm kind of fine with, because, you know, I found that on my own. That's fine. That just took me longer because I'm just stupid and blind. The next part I'm gonna do like a little bit of cheesing, because it's not like a massive amount of cheesing, but just like a tiny bit of cheese just to prevent like a little bit more backtracking and just going in circles. I'll be honest, even after learning the techniques, Digimon still isn't like that powerful. Like, I'm sure some of my other Digimon could be like one-shotting people in that area, in this area, but it takes quite a few for Stingmon to do anything. Right, so before we go all the way back to Protocol Ruins to go see Baronmon, I'm going to take a quick detour to Tyranno Valley, because there are a few items here that we need to get from Tyranno Valley that we're supposed to like take to Baronmon. And it's kind of like if you just go straight to Baronmon now, then we'd have to come back to Tyranno Valley, and then back to Baronmon, and then all the way back to the south sector. Whereas, you know, I get to try and get the items now. Okay. So it's only one item we're looking for. That wasn't it, but I will check out what that item was. It might have been an accessory, actually. Yeah. Adds weak fire to attacks. I mean, sure, we'll add that to like Kotemon or someone. I see, I don't know. I suppose you could add that to like a Digimon who doesn't have a lot of fire. I don't know whether that would go off like their own individual like fire stat or not. Right, so we just kind of want to sit here grinding enemies until we get an item drop, which is riveting gameplay, I can tell you. So let's hope we get it quickly. So the Digimon I actually want to fight is, I think, Triceramon, not Tyrannomon. Because I don't think Tyrannomon has the drop, or has the item that can drop that we want. I don't quite know, yeah. Or like, currently all I'm basing this off of is what one person on, I don't even think it was GameFAQs, but it's GameFAQ-esque site. Neo Seeker. Yeah, there you go. As I say, GameFAQ-esque. But yeah, I mean, we can do a little bit of grinding, get a little bit of XP, stuff like that in the meantime, so... Even though I don't really need to be fighting the Tyrannomon, I will fight them anyway, you know? If I go up here, are there any more Digimon? Potentially. Poison is really good in this game. Something that I've kind of found. Like, poison can do like a lot of damage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like currently poison is actually doing like more damage than Stingmon is doing just with regular attacks. Which I suppose part of that is down to, I think, Stingmon is probably more of like a physical attacker, whereas Renamon's stats are currently more suited for, I don't know if they're called psychic, magic I suppose, elemental, non-physical we'll say. But yeah, having a poison move seemed proving to be quite nice. Ooh, very close. I kind of hope this isn't one of those things where like the spawn only starts. Like you can only get the item to drop once you like activate this part of the quest. Which I could definitely see it being, because this game is silly sometimes. Ah, I stopped fighting Tyrannomon. How do you get Digivolve forms again? Do you have to level the base Digimon or any forms? I think most of them are based off of I think there were kind of like two things to it. So getting like the completely new form I think is based off like the rookie level, the rookie Digimon's level. So I think to get like Renamon's third form, I'd have to like get them to a certain level. But then there are also like further Digivolutions to like these forms. So like Stingmon and Cubimon have like other forms that they can Digivolve into. And I think those are based off their levels plus like occasionally certain stats. But from what I've seen, those are like quite limited. Like there are only a few like per Digimon that are only like they're based on like stats. And I think it's also usually the later forms as well. I wonder if they make Triceramon more common when you activate this next part of the quest. Because like I'm not even getting fights with them at the moment anyway, let alone drops. Another Triceramon, let's get the item we want. Nope. Okay, another new energy, that's pretty good. Still no item though. Okay, well at least I seem to have found like the sweet spot for Triceramon. Whoa, that's a good move. Yeah, see, I think this is where you can tell that the Renamon that I'm using is more akin to like magic than it is physical, because that is much better than the Poison Sting, which was a physical attack. I'm really starting to worry that you have to talk to Baronmon first. I mean, it isn't that far, I suppose. We'll try a little bit longer and then we'll head over to Baronmon for the quest. Whoops. Alright, I think I might swap over to Patamon to get them a little bit of leveling. Yeah. still need to get some like proper techniques over onto Digimon. Aha, there we go. Item gained, TNT ball. Alright, let's head on over to the Baron then. Right, so, assuming I don't get like a ton of encounters, this shouldn't be too long, because I don't think Protocol Ruins is like that far, though I did actually forget about Digimon's Lake. Just kind of stumble my way through here a bit. Many times I'll come here, I'll like never actually like fully memorize the path. Oh, whoa, it's Baronmon. Hey, Baronmon, I was just trying to find you. I mean, that was a bit rude. Now let's go find the real Baronmon. Although let's heal Patamon first. What? A bomb? Oh, a TNT chip. Sorry, I don't have all the ingredients. If I had a TNT ball, I could make it in a jiffy. Well, lucky for you, we have one. There we go. Now we can just go all the way back to the south sector and the Bios Swamp, and we can continue the game. Kokatorimon, okay. I like that I'm way past some of these areas, but I'm still encountering new Digimon here. Okay, I ran away. Maybe that was a rare one then? I don't know. Nope. I'm following it around now. Thankfully, I don't think I have to go that far into the south sector to get to the place I want to go. That's the thing. So in the Bio Swamp, I think that's where I'm supposed to get like the Egg of Sincerity. But then I think I don't know whether I need to take it somewhere else or whether that's just, I don't know. Well, we'll see what happens, I suppose. Okay, so still waiting for Angelwomon to get like any form of attacks of her own. I mean, okay, when you see stuff, when you see like how thin it is, it's like, no, I'm kind of not surprised I missed it. It's like, so, yeah, whatever. Alright, let's just blow up this shack. Hey, that's by any chance a Digi-Egg? Yes, it's the Digi-Egg of Sincerity. Cool. I don't know where I'm supposed to call him from, but cool. I mean, I have two possible theories. It's either the coast, where the gym is, or it's that spot where, like, the door, like, the leader's house, or whatever, leads you to, that just kind of goes nowhere. It's one of those two, I reckon. Oh, cool, water power. Don't really know anyone who'd need it, but cool, I guess. I was going to try and see if I could survive all the way to Suzuka City. No, Suzaku. That was it, yeah. Not Suzuka, Suzaku City. I was like, I just remembered I'd have to get through the graveyard, and I mean, I may not even survive this fight. Maybe, but yeah, I'll survive this fight. Probably wouldn't survive another one. Antidote, cool. Hey Mizaru, how are you doing today? I probably don't actually need to stop at the inn now. I do that because like, oh yeah, I'll stop at the inn somewhere, and then I just immediately heal using a technique. And I'm like, oh, I suppose I don't need to do that now. For some reason, when I read Cure Poison on myself, I interpreted it internally as like cast poison on yourself, and I was like, why on earth would I do that? You alright? That's good to hear. I'm doing well, thanks. What platform is this for? This is for the PlayStation 1. Though I'm currently playing on the PlayStation 2. I don't think that really makes any much. I don't know if actually that makes much of a difference to how it performs. Possibly, I'm not sure. But I want to say I think this would have been quite late into the PlayStation 1's life cycle. Because I was just thinking, like, it does actually look pretty good for PlayStation 1. Like, all the different like models for the Digimon are actually really good. Because this was 2003, or at least it was 2003 here in Europe. It may have been like 2002 or something for other places. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, no, strangely, no effect. Yeah, I think you can definitely tell this must have been like a late PS1 game, because it must have been like that point when people kind of figured out how to get what they like, how to really like push the system. But I think that's the thing. I think when you think of like, you know, a sort of PlayStation 1 era model, you wouldn't really think of some of the Digimon. but they do look really good. Or like much better than you'd expect them to look for PlayStation 1. Right, so let's heal, save, and see if that area does anything. And while we're saving, I'm going to be right back. And I'm back. So I kind of have two ideas as to where we're supposed to call Submarimon. One of them is this like little outdoor place that otherwise has no real purpose. It doesn't really look like it leads to anywhere. Ahaha, there we go. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, right. So they just like kind of completely switched the control scheme on you. It's now, I don't even know what you'd call it. It's kind of like, if you've ever played Kirby Air Ride, it's kind of like the top ride mode, I suppose. Basically, holding right just like spins you and clockwise, and holding left spins you anti-clockwise, and you have to press triangle to go forward. Very bizarre. And I think you can kind of tell it took me a while to realise what was going on when I just kind of spent like the first 10 seconds just spinning around going, is this automatic? Am I doing something? I mean, luckily by the looks of things, it's just kind of like a narrow kind of corridor that you have to explore. It's not like a giant, massive area that you kind of need to do. Also, Patamon, you are useless down here. You really suck. I need to tag someone else in. I don't really think the controls should be too much of a problem. It's just a bizarre change. How far along in the story would I say I am? That's kind of difficult to say because, So I kind of mentioned earlier there are kind of like two different stories going on. There's like your character's kind of like main quest of becoming like the server champion or whatever. So like defeat the 4 server leaders, enter the tournament and win. But there's kind of like the other story of the hackers, or the hacker, or whatever. So in the terms of like the server tournament and stuff, I'm theoretically halfway through, because I suppose a little bit under, because I've just beaten this, I've beaten the second leader. So I'm on my way to the 3rd out of 4. But the whole kind of hacker story has only like kind of just started, like really taking off a bit. But I imagine that's kind of gonna come up like a bit more when I get to the next area. So if I had to like roughly guess, I'd say I'm maybe around the halfway point, maybe a little bit before. Perhaps no, I wouldn't say a bit after. I'd say I'm probably somewhere between 30 at worst, 50 very optimistically. It's really difficult to say because I haven't like ever beaten this game, and I've gotten past like the kind of furthest points I know about it, so. Okay, I'm not fighting another Dolphmon if they're gonna take like as long as they took to fight last time. Or at least I'm not gonna fight them with Angelwoman because she still sucks. I was just gonna ask you if you played before. Yeah, so I suppose the simple answer to that is no, not really. But a more truthful answer is no, but kinda. I think I've played like the beginning bit of this game, or I've like watched a friend play the beginning of this game, or I've played it at like a friend's house or something like that. But like I'm kind of like way past that point now. Like, I think the furthest I've ever gotten is to, like, getting to, like, the second town over. game, please. So I want to keep fighting dolphin every like 5 seconds. I was also supposed to switch my Digivolution to Cubimon, because Cubimon actually knows thunder attacks. Which really just absolutely do a number on these Dolphinmon, I should say. Yeah, I really need to switch to Cubimon if I want these fights to not take forever. Also, it's a good thing I have Kotemon, who's just kind of chilling with all of their MP to just heal me after every fight. Oh, no, Venemon's dead. Well, that means Angelwoman can get some XP. Yeah! Nice. Change to Digivolution. Cool. So now this whole segment shouldn't take stupidly long. Okay. That did a lot of damage. Okay. South Sector. Izaku Underground Lake. Okay. Right, so I'm now in a completely new area, so I'd kind of like to get to a save as quickly as possible. Okay, that's certainly a place. Well, that's an item, I'll take that. Oh, it's a crossbow! I don't think any of my Digimon can have crossbows. Nothing here. Check this fella. He's here. Oh no, I'm confused. Right, I just need to do like an attack. Yep. Oh no. Okay. Almost. Oh, okay. They want to do that one. Cool. Chaos Wave. Okay, I love the sound of that. Sometimes even confuse an ally. Now, I'm assuming there's supposed to be a sentence before that that says, can confuse an enemy, but it doesn't really state that. So where on the map am I? I'm in the Suzaku Underground Lake. I'm still under bloody Suzaku City, of course. This isn't helpful. Right, time to do some more. I was going to say Divermoning, but this isn't Divermon, this is Submarimon. Oh, was that whole place like pointless? Am I supposed to go a completely different direction? Digivolve learned Angelwomon. Yay, because I know how good she is. Right, okay. Let's see if I can do this somewhere else then, because that led me to like one place that did really kind of nothing for me. Though I suppose actually that's the thing. Angelwomon kind of makes sense for Renamon, because so far Renamon has been like I don't know. It's kind of like the stats I've given Renamon have been more of like a support. but then like Cubimon and Stingmon have both like not really been like support Digimon, whereas Angelmon does actually seem to be like a more support based like character. Right, so let's see if there's something at the coast. Also that I can do some training. Hey, it's Keith. Don't know about the legendary gym. If you go there, your Digimon will get really strong. Yeah, okay, sure. This guy like claimed he was my rival, fought me once, lost like embarrassingly. And like since then he's just like never actually wanted to fight me again. Like I'm pretty sure he's kind of, you know, he's just going to all these different like gyms training so that I will fight him again at some point and he'll be like really difficult. But like imagine that if in Pokemon you like fought Garyoku at the beginning and then you just didn't fight and then like, the next time he shows up he's the champion. Or it's like when he fights you just before you go to Indigo Plateau. It's kind of, I feel like he's going to be like if that were to happen. Alright. Oh, at least he's gone. That's a shame. Right, let's do some training. Pass him on. Oh, I can never remember if it's Wisdom or Spirit. I think it's supposed to be Wisdom, which is why I've got that so high already. So we'll go Wisdom, sure. I should probably raise the Spirit as well, honestly, because I think Spirit is supposed to be like your magic attack. And I'm pretty sure Patamon most, like... Yeah, because Angemon is like Air Blast, so that's definitely like a... yeah, that's... I should definitely like train Spirit next time. Oh, I still probably need to do like a lot of defense for Renamon. Ooh, so close. Still pretty good though, it's in the 300s now. Still would really like to raise Kotimon's machine tolerance, because I was told right at the beginning of the game, hey, if you want to get some Digivolutions with Kotimon, do that. And then it hasn't allowed me to do that. Right, let's see where this seabed takes me then. Good evade. Okay, I'm gonna switch to Angemon or Angemon just so I can get some XP as them. Now this is a loaded question, but did she seem thicker than when Patamon digivolves into them? Or is it just because like that's the animation I haven't seen yet, because it's always the kind of automatic? Nope, okay, apparently that's not an area to go up. All these Digimon just waiting at like the top of the gate for me. Oh, I probably should have healed. Oh well. Oh, especially if they're gonna do that. No, okay, surprisingly not dead yet. Yeah, I don't think I have the spare turn to change into Angelwoman this time. So we'll just do it normally. Okay. Aha, now we're in the west sector. South Badland. And there are skulls here. No, I don't like this already. I suppose we can switch out back to someone else now. I suppose we can switch back to Patamon. Alright, well let's see how bad this Badland is. Ogremon, okay. Okay. Not a fan of his attack, but his defense wasn't great either, to be honest, so... meh. Oh, cool. Learn Air Blast. Okay, well, it's Mr. Shady again. I should probably look at the map. Noise Desert. Now this sounds like a place I'm not supposed to be. Okay, I have no idea then. Suppose I possibly am supposed to be here. I have no idea where the city could be. I should probably heal first though. I imagine this probably isn't going to do much because it's air against air. Yep. So that's why sometimes I kind of think it's like a what's it called? I think like the element stats are like attack and defense to the stat, because it's like, oh yeah, Airdramon obviously will use air attacks, but then they're also quite resistant against air. Also, I'm attempting to see if something I suppose works, because I'm pretty sure Angemon and Angelwomon have like a fusion form, and since no, okay, I was thinking because since I now have Angelwomon as a separate thing, if I could like fuse them, but apparently they don't have a fusion together, or they don't. I don't know. I was pretty sure they do, but maybe I'm wrong. That can't possibly be. Oh wow, that did nothing. Well, it's nice to see we're getting back into the areas where Digimon are a pain to fight again. Been a while since we've like truly been in one of these. Well, there was the shrine and the catacombs, but I think that was more of a no, you're just not supposed to be here at all sort of thing. Finally. A divine rain, nice. Right, now I need to immediately heal people. It is just really funny to me how I've kind of accidentally made Kotemon the support. They're just kind of not battling, they're just healing. South Noise Desert, or, well, S Noise Desert. Hey, it's an Agumon. There's a tall tower beyond the Mobius Desert, but I've never been there, so I don't know much. Well, thank you, Agumon. Hey, it's a Guilmon. I've been to Mobius Desert, but it's dangerous. You get lost in all the nothingness. Hey, Guilmon, can I have some of your DNA so I can have you? Okay, Mobius says it is here. Please have an inn. Person. Hey, I'm DRI Ken. I'm a black belt. I'm an athletic researcher. Well, you're a very cool guy, Ken. I'm proud of you. No, no, it's one of these. Well, let's skedaddle on at it here until somebody presumably tells us the way. It's like, okay, if this like turkey monster is just gonna run away anyway, I may as well just not waste my MP on it. Right, so let's try going somewhere else. Not there. Ah, potentially here. You going to Byakko City? Sure. You better not. Oh. Just go back from here, okay? Well, now I have to go to Byakko City. Well, this doesn't sound like a very friendly city at all. Closed, not selling anything. Not selling. Deco Dome. Okay, I kind of don't want to fight anyone, I just want to rest at the inn. Okay. Aside from MP, I'm like all rested up. Oh, this better be a scripted loss that's coming up. Otherwise, I'm gonna be very annoyed. Right, let's turn around and find somewhere to save first. Because I'm really not prepared for this to be like a, haha, no, this isn't a scripted loss. And then it just completely like goes, right, now go back to Suzaku City and eat shit. Oh wow. Okay, well, let's find somewhere else. Let's do indeed that and find somewhere else to go save. No, this guy just kind of took the piss last time, so let's not try this again. Okay, a lot of damage. Let's switch out XVmon. The kind of XVmon is just kind of like the team's track runner. And I was like, right, go out. It's time to run away now. I mean, even though honestly, probably XVmon could take Dramon. Let's try. It'll take a while. Yeah, there we go. As I said, Kotemon's just kind of playing support at the moment. Just sitting in the back healing and then just ready to come out as XVmon whenever I need to run away from someone. Okay, different area. Pelch Oasis. Aha! I knew there was going to be some sort of inn here. Alright, let's talk to Gatomon first. $44-bit, gosh, that's a lot. You're lucky I've got the money. Because that's the only thing that stopping it in does is just allow me to refill MP. I can heal myself. Right, whilst we save, I'm going to be right back. And I'm back. Right, so let's explore the oasis a little bit, see if there's anything else here. And then now that we've saved, I suppose we may as well go to see Byakko City. Here's Lisa. Okay. Women be having secrets. Okay, well, this potentially could be somewhere I'm not supposed to be, but I don't know. That's about average for that shit Angel woman is. How's the air blast? Okay, let's get out of here. We'll explore this later. I really just want to go back to Byakko City. Just so I can kind of see if it's if that fight against their leader is, well, just exactly what it is. Right, yep, XVmon. Well, this person isn't so tough, but I'm gonna run away anyway. I just want to get to Byakko City and have my butt kicked. Is that so much to ask for? Right, who is their leader gonna be? It's gotta be somebody very important or like scary. I wonder my best Kotemon evolution is now. Because you think going off skill level, it feels like it should be Dino Human, but I don't know, stat-wise, it depends really, I suppose. In terms of what I've got, like, what I've got loaded. Frostcutter is really good with XVmon, and Heat Cutter is really good for Greymon. All their other stats besides... Well, yeah, no, all their other stats are pretty similar, really. I suppose XVmon is still pretty good then. We'll go in with that. Okay. Well, let's find out if this is a scripted loss then. Or if this is a joke fight. I mean, I say joke fight, but no, Numemon were like really difficult and really irritating when in the what's it called? In like the Jungle Shrine, so because they're like really tanky. I think just consistently going with Frost Cutter is probably my best bet here. Yeah, fuck it, we'll go with a spider web. Slow it down a bit. I'm hoping that makes it easier to like evade attacks on my side. Seemingly not, potentially. Right, let's tag someone else in. Yeah, we'll just do this so we can have the DNA digivolve. Just shoot it to pieces, hopefully. Oh, that was good. Okay, that's not too bad. This should be a shoo-in, especially if he keeps wasting turns trying to switch out. because that's like part of his tactic, but the AI is a bit dumb sometimes and doesn't quite know what to do when they don't have the Digimon to do that. And go on, poison them as well. Yeah. Looking for that really good poison damage. Let's get someone else in. Yeah, let's actually get Angemon in. Yeah, that's good poison. Because Angemon can just stall now. Like, Angemon doesn't even really need to, like, go for the kill. Or yeah, I could just blast. This is what I like. Gate of Destiny. Open a gate and discard enemies. I just cast you off into the Gate of Destiny. You essentially just banish them. There you go. One Digimon was just kind of killed by like a Gatling gun. The other one was banished to the Shadow Realm. Digitamamon, cool. Don't know Digitamamon. Alright, well, let's see how this plays out then. I'm expecting him to just go, nuh-uh. Oh, now this is a trap if I've ever known one. Storage room. Yeah. They're not even storing anything in this room. And there we go. Hey, people. Go downstairs and stay quiet with everyone else. Well, at least they're honest about it, you know? Okay, cool. Are you gonna tell me how to get there? Nope. Okay. Right, so I need to get to Mobius Tower in the desert. Or whatever. No, Mirage Tower in the Mobius Desert. But... well, that's a whole thing, isn't it? Have I been to this part before? No, I haven't. Ooh, let's try and skedaddle real quick. Nope. Okay. Who has health? Patamon has health. Sure, we'll see what Digimon is like. Oh, it's adorable! Can you run? Nope. But can you run? Thank you. Right, let's heal so I don't die on my way to the oasis. And then let's go back to the oasis. Okay, someone just left some money lying around. Very cool. You still be keeping secrets? Yep. Well, I can't wait to get to the next, like, town that actually has things to buy, because I have got quite some money to spend on new weapons for Kotemon. But yeah, that's going to be it for me tonight. So next time we'll continue, or we'll actually take up the search for the real leader of the West Sector and see what's going on with Byakko City potentially, and how much it may or may not be connected to a hacker. Yeah, and we'll be doing some more digi battling. No card battles apparently though. Well, that's gone. That was exclusive to the first stream. So yeah, thank you all for watching. I appreciate it as always. And hopefully, I'll see you next time. Bye bye.